devices, everything with AI integration is coming up, which is because making the diagnostic aspects very easy for us. Um, Finance is another aspect where a lot of, say, as of now, I believe more than half of the transactions already are being done by the share market transactions. Those are being already done by AI or AI related tools. Transportation, you can see a lot of self-driven cars being coming up in developed nations. Even most of us, the newer car that we have bought in comes with the radar, lidar aspects that helps with autonomous, say, not self-driving, but safer driving aspects. That is also software AI integrated. Another aspect that is very getting very common now is the customer service. So a lot of those who are in a habit of going to many events and uh, taking up new courses. So now all the calls that we get before a course starts, or say a program is starting and you just get a call from somebody, so are you attending or not? So most of these calls are being AI generated now, and these AI generated calls, it is very highly realistic. So you don't feel like you are talking to an AI now anymore. So thus AI continues to prevail in our lives. So it is gaining importance at a faster speed. So now, but when it comes to the transparency aspect of what exactly is happening, the core challenge, as we call it, is the opaque black box. So the opaque black box, what somebody's microphone, uh, I'll request all to switch off the microphones.
I can do one
Yeah,
thing. I can mute everyone and then you can unmute yourself. Because if I mute everyone, then
sure,
you will.
sure.
So I'll do
Uh,
that next. I'll just do that next time.
okay. So the core challenge when it comes to transparency, setting up the transparency, is something that we call as opaque black box. Black box stands for something that is very unclear. It's not visible. A model where when you input a command or a query, so you will get an output, but how it is happening, what exactly is the data back model, which are the models that it is trained upon? Has it been trained on a copied model from some other place, or it is genuinely something that a company has bought? So those aspects are not being clear. The algorithms used not being clear. So everything makes it a bit say unreliable. For example, one of the first DeepSeek LLM models that arrived a while back, while ChatGPT 4 was there. The first Chat DeepSeek, I believe, last year around this time, the second half of the last year, it arrived, and people could see that some of the code was just copied and pasted from OpenAI. And it sometimes used to talk back like a OpenAI large language model. So those were the aspects that we can say it's very black. It's not visible exactly how the algorithms and everything has been used. There is another aspect where that leads to the opaqueness, as the black box just says. Some aspects that is a bit visible but not visible. It happens when there is an intention, but the algorithms are very complex. It may also happen when the algorithms might be transparent, but the intent might be a bit not that transparent. So see, a concept where if it is not transparent, that is the black box or the opaque box where certain aspects are transparent. That is where the problem lies. So lot of new models that have come up, and even with students in your own universities and institutions eventually starting to develop their own AI based models. These questions are something that you would be facing in the next 1 or 2 years, maybe in the next few months itself. Like if a student has created something, what exactly is the data source that it on which it has been trained? What exactly is the program? Was the algorithm made by the student himself, or the student copied it from somewhere, or asked AI to generate it, and the student has been using it? So those are the aspects which you will face in the coming years. Sometimes, say in a year or two, everybody would have an AI element when it comes to the projects being given to the students and the students getting back. So these would be the aspects that as faculties you might be facing in the coming times. And how to have a solution to that is something we call glass box, where while the input and output, a student say it can, I'll take it at two levels. Uh, a large language model like DeepSeek, where I said, and there have been some other, say, ChatGPT version 4, till version 4, the 3 and 4 versions models. Those were very, say, in the category of black box. But when you have everything clear, like what is the data set that has been trained, say Grok is saying that Grok is training on uh, Twitter database. At least there is clarity of what exactly is the data set. But that data set is something that is based upon the people's views. So is it that transparency of data? So those aspects also come. So the data set being clear, that is something that is intentionally everybody is aware that it is open to be shared, and a large language model can learn from that particular data set. So those aspects being clear, the algorithms used being clear, how much even the basics, like what is the hardware used, and um, what is the kind of energy consumption that is happening, all those aspects being clear and you being aware of it, those are the aspects that will help you build a model that comes in a glass box kind of a category, where everything is clear and transparent when it comes to the AI models that you are using. I'll also give you a transparency spectrum. Say top five models that we as of now have that are, say, the most transparent to the least transparent. Say IBM Granite is something that is very transparent. It has full disclosure of data, full disclosure of code. When it comes to there's another aspect like research standard Bloom. I don't know how many of you have used it. Very good when it comes to research-based initiatives. That is built by researchers and comes with total openness. There is something called Llama Meta. So Meta's model is there. That is Facebook's model. So the Llama 3 was something that you could inspect the engine. But what was the data set on which it was trained? That was not mentioned. And most probably it would be all the personal interactions happening on Facebook and um, Facebook, WhatsApp, might be Instagram. So those aspects are not clear. So it had a combination where the hardware aspects were very clear, software aspects were not clear. Gemini 1.5, now we are running 3. It's a very transparent model, but when we had the one of the initial models, it came in what we used to call opaque category, where it was a closed model, but definitely safety wise aspects, everything was taken care of. And those aspects for people who wanted this particular data, for a selected few it was available. It was not available for everybody. For regulators and everything, those details could have been shared. GPT-4, however, that was one of the lowest transparent, or something that used to come in a black box kind of a category, where data was secret. How the hardware is working, that was not clear. Architecture that was used, those aspects were not clear. So and if you just go to any of the month, this is one aspect that you should always do. Say sorry, is it, just give me a moment, please. Yeah, my
I think you
apologies.
got dropped
Yeah,
off.
yeah. Some. So there was a lot of
Network.
network. I just switched to a different network.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, just sharing my screen again. Yeah. So one aspect that you can uh, any time do is that go to ChatGPT or any model, the advanced model that is, and look at rate all Chat GPT models in terms of most transparent AI model to the least transparent with all technical aspects mentioned. This is something that you can keep on doing with all the models, ChatGPT, Gemini, everything, and it will show what say it is showing that I just asked for ChatGPT models. So what kind of models were there? 3.5, black box LLMs. What exactly say here it is sharing which one was had strong documentation, safety nets, well documented research, private training, which one had. So you can just go and see whichever large language model you are using, you should be aware of how much transparency it has. So here it is not mentioning about 5 model 5.2. So I can just ask, can you share the details of model 5? So this is one aspect that you should keep doing, because this will give you all exactly how transparent the system is that you are using. Another aspect that you can do is that use any of the Chinese large language models, DeepSeek or anything. Go and repeat the same. So you will see why, whenever you are using a project or something, why you should be using a particular, yeah, a particular aspect only, and not the whole of it. Like you shouldn't just be going and trusting a particular model. Research about it and then start using those models. So now the risk of opaqueness, why it is costly. Say algorithm bias is something that leads to a lot of trouble when it comes to uh, implementing any model. Biases in training data can lead to AI to unintentionally discriminate against certain demographics. So, say these days, let's say one of the trends that you will see starting from next year onwards is that tier two, tier one, different type of institutions based out of different parts of India, and whenever the data being trained is referred to, it can be limited to a particular area, and same set of institutions, when there is a competition at an Indian level, somebody representing from somebody would have created a same sort of a program, but the data being trained can be just of different areas, and somebody might be favoring a particular location or a kind of users, and somebody might be some data or a model might be favoring some other kind of users. So those kind of biases comes when it is integrated into this particular model. One example can be the kind of say population and their education. So you can say X state has this education ratio and literacy ratio, Y state has X and Y. So it is neutral. It will just understand that okay, 40% literate people I know used, and if the model is about communicating something specific to a demography based people. So where there is lesser literacy to a more literate population, the model can be able to uh, say adjust itself to the kind of people that it is going to address it to. But at the same time, what happens is that if apart from the demography related data, somebody has just punched in that these X are very, so they don't want to grow, they don't want to develop themselves. There are newspaper articles. This particularly happens when, apart from the data, newspaper articles and everything starts being referred to. So if there is some kind of articles that has been included in a data set for a particular software that is being created, and there are articles which comes with their own bias. The engineering student might not be aware of it because the numbers and everything that engineering student would have taken care of, but the data coming from the articles and how biased it is, that student might not be aware of. So eventually, that what will happen, that the data, when the model is implemented, sometimes it will start being very biased towards one particular community. So those are the aspects that you will see happening in real time in future. Accountability gaps is another aspect. So without transparency, it becomes challenging to assign responsibility or corrective measures. Say within this example that I shared, where an engineering student might have used alphanumeric data, alphanumeric being the articles and everything, and somebody else has had a opinion that was integrated as part of a um, uh, article that was used to train the data model. Now, who becomes responsible? Is the responsibility lying with the student, the person who has written that particular article, and the teacher who is supposed to grade and be the mentor, or the institution from where this is created? So those accountability gaps and are a genuine aspect which leads to a certain challenges when you look at transparent models being created. Barriers of improvement are also there, where developers cannot observe the inner workings of an AI system, and hence they are not able to identify shortcomings, debug, and enhance performance. This happens when, say, somebody has a API based integration of a particular large language model. So they know how to train that language, use that particular LLM and train that LLM on their own data. But how that particular LLM is working will help the student to get their work done better. So that is where the debugging, identifying the shortcomings and enhancing performance aspects comes up. But since they don't have the awareness of a particular LLM, they might be finding it challenging. An example here would be DeepSeek being a very low cost LLM to integrate in if they want to build a product or a project. But how DeepSeek works might not be as transparent as a premium product like ChatGPT 5. So there are barriers to improvement that comes with these aspects. And again, there is always the public and customer trust being eroded whenever there is a data related challenge that happens. There is a challenge with verifying the source of the data and everything. The public also at an initial onset itself can lose the trust, and gaining it back for a particular product that comes from an institution, that can be a problem. As of now, 75% of businesses believe that there is a lack of transparency that could lead to increased customer churn in the future. So those are the aspects that we need to look at, and then we will come to the solution aspect. So when we are looking at building a foundation and ensuring that there is transparency and accountability, those are aspects that are not optional only, absolutely essential. With transparency, being open and clear of how AI systems make decisions work. And when it comes to ensure accountability, ensuring we create something that holds the uh, developed tool only or a large language model only accountable, and not anybody else for the kind of outputs it is creating. So towards I'll just towards creating a trustworthy AI, there are three core requirements that we need to focus upon. When we are looking at a large language model to be bought into a institution, say you have a budget for using X any language large language model, and you have budgets so that you can buy it at a premium and your students can use. That can be one scenario. The another can be projects being made by students from your institution and they are creating something. So what kind of trust, what is it that towards having a trustworthy AI, whether it is being bought on for further studies or being created? The explainability aspect should be of focus. The explain it, the way we explain or say the easy to understand what exactly is the model, what are the algorithms used, what is the data set. So it should be very easy to explain it. So a recommendation engine explaining like we think you would like this project based on your positive reviews. So that can be an example that if something is created, some if you're asking a large language model or some product that your students have created, what exactly is it that the reason that you're suggesting this? So it should say that it is because of the product-based reviews or the positive reviews that I'm suggesting this. Then comes the interpretability of that particular model. So the degree to which a human can understand the internal mechanics of how an AI model operates and make predictions. Those are the aspects. The example is the relation between inputs and outputs. The system should be able to recommend what was generated. It should be able to say that I have generated this outcome and this is because of the X model that I have used. And then comes the accountability aspect where if a AI is recommending something and it is some recommending it in a wrong way, what exactly is it that is the backup plan to ensure that those particular aspects are fixed and some human intervention comes up. So those as kind of accountability also needs to be set. I'll just give you an example. Shifting to perplexity. When you use perplexity, if say um, recommend the best uh, pan. This is something that I recently pan pressure cooker. So it starts working. So here you can see it is working. It is sharing what are the sources that it is uh, referring to. So those aspects it is very clearly mentioning. It is mentioning what are the sources from which it has taken. It has visited certain YouTube, certain libraries, and then it has found the top recommendations. So here it shows the top recommendations. Now I can ask it here is that on what was the I can ask it what was the algorithm, what was the flow based on which this was recommended. So it is saying that I used a decision criteria. It is also saying that I used a scoring flow. These were the data available. There was an outcome logic and there is a threshold and this is how it suggested. So that kind of transparency should be there that each time you are using, and this also gives an example of what all happens in between. A transparent model will always have all these measures in place, and decision making criteria are well defined. Algorithms, what exactly is being used, it is well defined. So this can be one of the examples. So now moving to transparency as a strategic advantage and not just a ethical obligation. What you need to do is that you need to build trust, foster confidence with users, customers, and stakeholders. Basically, by understanding or giving the insights of how technology operates. Mitigating biases is another aspect where the data and algorithm, whatever has been used, it eventually leads to fairer outcomes. Those biases are identified and then those are worked upon. And now with the say large language models itself, they have evolved to a particular level where you can just basically, if you are say trying to use an article uh, to train your particular data set, what you can do is that you can first ask ChatGPT itself whether there are certain biases in terms of different demographies being seen in these particular articles. If something is there, it will itself highlight. You can screen those particular aspects and then say remove these biases, and whatever is left, give that to me, and then use that particular data to train your models. So that can be one aspect you can try within bias mitigation. AI performance improvement is something that comes up next, where fine-tuning algorithm and improving accuracy aspects comes up, and then ensuring compliance, where what exactly are the compliance regulatory compliances in there, and whether we are following the same. Those aspects comes up, and facilitating collaboration. So these aspects, when focused upon, will ensure that there is a strategic advance coming in. Now, the another aspect of AI transparency is um, three-level functionals. Say the core. What are the algorithms that the AI is looking at, the AI model? So the transparency at the core level means you understand what exactly are the machine learning models, decision trees, neural networks in place. Everything is well laid out and clearly described. At an interaction level, that is the interface, the communication between users and AI, involving when where everything is clearly mentioned. So this is the layer where, say, the previous example of perplexity being used, everything was the interface was showing me how transparently it is working. Then there is a social transparency aspect that focuses on the impact. That is the broader societal aspect. It looks at the ethical implications, potential biases, fairness, everything. So within the particular society that you're working at, what can be the biases and are they taken care of when the outputs come up based on the queries? So those are the aspects at a three level, the core having focusing on the algorithms being used and the transparency at their level, transparency during the interaction, and the kind of transparency in terms of avoiding all the biases and ethical, looking at the ethical implications before something is shared in terms of the output coming in, coming, going out. Those three aspects make it a very transparent AI model. Now, the regulatory landscape also mandates transparency and accountability. Few of them are the most popular one that you will hear much more time is GDPR, General Data Protection and Regulation. That is a European Union based regulation. European Union's Artificial Intelligence Act is something that is now gaining prominence. Similarly, there is OECD AI principles and USGAO AI accountability framework. You can just take a look at all these aspects. India, unfortunately, there's no specific regulatory body. There are, however, MeitY is doing something on a different level. There are other aspects that is coming up. However, I believe we are heading towards a uh, regulatory uh, initiative that will come soon. So implementing transparency, there are core best practices when it comes to having a transparent system in place. One is being explicit about data usage. So telling everybody your models, if you're developing it on your own, the model should be able to tell what is the kind of data sets being used, where is the storage happening, whether the storage is happening. say some of the student is developing something, they understand that a Chinese server can have a better economical storage plan, and Amazon or a Microsoft aspect can have a premium storage. So somebody can just save on pocket money just by changing the servers, and that those servers can be storing critical data of users. So in those aspects, we need to ensure that data where it is stored, what kind of data is there, and whether we are ensuring that the private data is not. There are systems in checks in place so that the private data is not being used by somebody else, it's not leaking away. So those aspects needs to be focused. Active prevention and detailed bias mitigation, as I previously told, all the biases and what can happen, those aspects can be looked at. And documentation, data inclusion and exclusion, what exactly to be included. There are certain aspects like what exactly is the data sources, particular models used, those aspects need to be included. But at the same time, who has developed something, say a person specific things, you don't need to mention. And you don't need to mention beyond a high level design where you are saying ki this is the model, this is the core principle you are using, that will lead to the output. But otherwise, mentioning all the details may result in your patented model being leaked out to others. So those are the what exactly to be included and excluded, and are they being done based on a regulatory framework that I shared previously. So those are the aspects that you would be hearing more about when say soon in your own institutions, AI-based projects start being normal. Next, we will focus on the navigating the practical challenges of achieving transparency. Challenge one can be technical complexity and the performance trade-off. The issue that can come up is that when say, and this is quite common, even if my intent is very good to communicate everything in with transparency, if the model is very simple, the explanation becomes very easy. But when it comes to complex models, millions or billions of data pointers, and how many different algorithms are being used, how that those particular exchanges happen, it becomes very challenging when you just need to share a workflow of okay, this query, how it is being addressed, because of the data parameters and a lot of complexities in terms of decision trees and algorithms in being in place. So what you can do whenever you are asked to have a say a more transparent system in place is that you can develop simplified diagrams and visualizations to illustrate how complex models function. Data security and privacy, how it remains private, how the clouds being used are right, or are checked, and there are security measures being taken. Those aspects, you need a dedicated person, and a dedicated person should also have a system, and that those systems at an institutional level you should have in place, and everything should be happening accordingly. The other aspect comes is the intellectual property aspect, where the issue can be companies may resist full transparency to protect proprietary algorithms. And since it is a proprietary algorithm, limited disclosure is possible. What happens is, if somebody is asking what exactly is happening in the background, you can just mention a high level design, as I suggested previously, and you don't need to go to the depth of these particular aspects. So now that your role when it comes to being the faculty, as a faculty, you can use these particular models to integrate transparency and accountability into the engineering curriculum. So one aspect can be the concept of, say, mandating glass box project documentation. Lot of document related references are available as of now on internet. You can start using those aspects and look at how particular those glass box transparencies can be maintained. An aspect can be to document all the data sources, justify models choices, detail biases, whatever comes up, everything is being very clearly mentioned. Another can be introduce ethics as an engineering problem. So this is where I'll refer to the previously we started with universal human values being something that AICT stresses on. So having something like that, a document like that for AI as well, and that being a mandate, non-negotiable mandate. So that can be something through which you can use ethics. You can also start using case studies on AI failures and successes as a core challenge, and not just something at a philosophical level. Also, teaching the is somebody okay. The next aspect is teach the tool of trust. So integrating libraries and tools for explainable AI models. That those aspects can be looked at. And the last one is bridging the academia and industry aspects, where you ask more and more academia people from academia to come and contribute to the entire ecosystem. That at one point will ensure that the industry standards of regulation and transparency those are being uh, communicated to the students. At the same time, students will also get mentorship to ensure those aspects happen. There are certain companies also who are leading the way when it comes to the transparency in AI. Zendesk is one example. It provides extensive documentation and educational resources to help us understand how these tools work. Cosmetics is another case study. It's vocal about the ethical AI stance, using the customer data in the right way. They have this predictive model of who buys what is the most preferred stock or product that some customer will buy on a repeated basis. So all those are available, but they have stricter norms so that those data are not made public. And at the same time, the customers have a better experience with the AI integration coming up. OpenAI is something that now regularly publishes research papers, findings, and comprehensive documents so that the transparency aspect comes up. And Model 5 and onwards, it has become very transparent. So those are the aspects related to the AI transparency that we just looked at. Any questions at this particular stage? So I'll just move to the next section where we are looking at a framework for trustworthy AI. What are the core principles of engineering, education, and practice? So here we'll say that why that trustworthy aspect comes or need to be focused is because AIs, there is something called hallucination, where just on some misguided facts, AI believes that it is giving you a right kind of advice and it starts giving the advice. So most commonly known as AI hallucinations, and the cost of it is very untrustworthy. Say an example here is of a chatbot that is recommending an aromatic water mix, and that mix because it has referred to some kind of data somewhere stored where it says that a blend of ammonia and bleach is good. However, it is toxic. So those aspects, it can just because it is trained on a particular data is available. There is no regulatory aspect or filters available for a particular pointer, and it can give a very hallucinated response to a general query. And it can be very dangerous if somebody starts applying to those particular data outputs that it is giving. So that is why AI hallucinations or untrustworthy AI recommendations, they are very dangerous. In fact, it's not just harmful, it's very dangerous. So that is why we exactly need to focus on defining what trustworthy data is and what are the foundational pillars towards it. Trustworthy AI refers to systems that are developed, deployed, and operated in a manner that is reliable, that is ethical, transparent, and fair. So how do we achieve this? We achieve this with building five core principles. These are the principles that are essential architecture for building AI. that is positively impacting individuals, communities, and society. So these are the five pillars of trustworthy AI. We start with explainability. Explainability, one of the transparency models, one of the first aspect was also explainability, how better you can explain. When it comes to having trustworthy AI models in place, that explainability still is number one aspect that you need to focus upon. Fairness being other aspect, transparency being the third, robustness and privacy. We'll take you through each one of them at once. So, explainability. The principle as such is that the ability of AI system to provide understandable explanations for its decision or predictions. It understands that this is what the outcome that I am sharing and what is the reason for that particular um, explanation. So those aspects have been taken care of. Why it matters is that at an expert, as an expert in this domain, you must be able to understand the system's logic. Practical example of this is that a domain expert can see a logical connection when somebody is saying that I have a red itchy nose, a runny nose, or I'm unwell. So unexplainable output can be that okay, this is because of a broken leg. So explainable versus unexplainable, that aspect is something that should be there, where it is able to correlate what is the cause and effect. Then comes the fairness aspect. Fairness is when AI systems must treat all individuals and group equitable without inherent biases. So no biases should be there, and why it matters is that if the training data contains any kind of biases, the model will learn and the model will adapt all those biases. So one example, I'll say very common example of the kind of biases that you will see is, say, tell me a joke of a Indian, Chinese, and American software developer. So it is creating a joke where it is saying that three software developers walk into a cafe, one Indian, Chinese, and American. The Indian developer says, "This worked yesterday. Let me optimize the logic." The Chinese says, "No problem. I'll rebuild the module faster." The American says, "Interesting. Let me pivot." So the bug, it is still there, but now it has documentation, scalability, and valuation. So it is. So how did a large language model come up with this? Because there are biases. It is clearly saying that an Indian is looking at logic, a Chinese is looking at how to rebuild the model faster and cheaper. An American is saying that let's pivot, let's look at the features, let's look at the optics of this. So these are the biases that somewhere it because there is millions of data that the ChatGPT or any large language model is referring to. These kind of biases comes whenever somebody is asking for a particular document. The dangerous aspect of this might be that when y- slowly if the ChatGPT is understanding who the person I am. So say here I'll just say, because I have been using this model for a while. Hi, this is Srijit. Uh, can you tell me five strengths and areas of improvement for myself? So now this, I'm just asking, do you know me? I'm Srijit, and I have certain strengths and certain areas of improvement. So since I've been interacting with this model a lot, the model understands that there are certain aspects. that are my strengths, and there are certain aspects where I need those are areas of improvements. So now it is good that it is understanding me, but what is dangerous about this is that this person understands that I have a certain aspect of carrying responsibilities or delaying personal positioning or whatever it is. So now whichever query comes up, or say I am trying to create an app or a model, so anything comes up, it may it will not it may happen that certain aspects based on its understanding of who the person I am may let lead to development of something that is suitable for me. But if I'm doing building something for a larger market, it may still be built on what my requirements are on and not on the market requirements. So those kind of biases may come up. So biases which comes up from the any model that is learning on its own from the data sets that it is available, or biases coming from understanding people at different geographical areas have different cultures, and certain aspects of it is learned, and it is not unlearning it when it comes to giving a neutral response to a Chinese or an Indian. It may start uh, giving a customized response to a Chinese and Indian based on the cultural aspects. So those are the aspects that shouldn't be happening. Okay, I think I have two of these open. Okay, or just my bad. I just switched off this. Yeah. So we are focused on explainability. We focused on the training data that contains societal biases and real world consequences can be loan approval since a person belongs to a particular, say I belong to Delhi. So Delhi, we always say Jamuna Par or beyond Yamuna, that is a separate geographical area. So everybody knows that, or say South Delhi, not Delhi. Very commonly heard words. So somebody from South Delhi getting more chances of loan approval than a person in North Delhi, just because of the bias that South Delhi people are more rich and they would be able to pay back, not understanding that the person's credit rating, what exactly it is. Just because of the geographical location and the rating of a loan approval for a geographical location being X percentage or X value, it can happen that these real time biases may lead to somebody getting registration who rejected, who needs a particular loan and is a good candidate to be provided a loan. Facial recognition, say systems trained on non-diverse data sets, may be significantly less accurate in identifying people of color. So, say that's another challenge that some a US-based facial recognition system, why it fails when it comes to Asians, Indians. So these are the aspects. So even the those kind of recognitions shouldn't come with biases. Another aspect is that whenever you ask a AI to design a shoe, as of now, it will always go with an American based sole. So Indian soles are like it is a bit wider on the toes, but it will always use the American aspect. Then you say that okay, design this as per an Indian shoe size, then it will ensure that the sole size gets a bit different. But otherwise, the default is something that is used at a relevant frequency, more relevant frequently, and by developed nations. So those aspects are something that we need to look at when it comes to having the fairness aspect being looked at. Transparency is the third pillar. Say moving beyond the black box, a transparent system allows verification, which is the true basis of trust. It matters because uh, stakeholders needs to understand the how, I, and why behind an AI system. What makes it transparent is that the data lineage, that is how the data training happened, the algorithms are the model origin, who built the model, and what was the intended purpose. So those aspects are very clear. So it is also very says somebody at a project level, you will see this happening a lot. So somebody used a algorithm to ensure that in a using census data, they could understand what was the uh, voter data and in that particular year. And somebody else might be using the same model, but now they might be looking at how many people are there in Ayushman Bharat data. So because there is a correlation, say at a technical level, some people in census were missing, uh, whose data was not inputted, are now part of Ayushman Bharat data. So it will say that there is a issue between both. So those kind of things may arrive. That's why the transparency of what who created the model and have they looked at specific aspects, and this is not just a shortcut. That also is part of the transparency. Robustness is another aspect where the trustworthy AI model should remain true to its purpose and perform reliably. Why it matters? It matters because the models and the data are valuable assets. They must be protected from compromise. Key threats is data being corrupted, the model being start being used by somebody else, and attacks, various security attacks being happening to the particular model. And the fifth pillar is that maintain the privacy whenever you are creating model. That is because any kind of data being trained, so the once the model is there, the data comes up, the queries comes up, it shouldn't leak, and the person who is using should be uh, assured enough that their data or the interactions that it is having with the model, it remains very private. So these are the five pillars that you need to use whenever a new model is being built. And we need to understand this five plus five aspects, but implementing this requires a lot of focus on all the aspects at the same time, with a focus on the kind of model that we are uh, say a model where human data is of much more value, for focusing on privacy. If there is a large data set that is being used, focusing on the robustness of that particular model. So custom wise, what exactly is required? You need to, well, we target on all aspects. Specific aspect needs to be of more focus. So now we move to the trustworthy AI governance life cycle. So this is where we are looking at models within that governance life cycle. There is a model proposal happening, model development is there, pre-implementation reviews are there. Then there is model approval, then the production happens, and then the compliance aspect comes in. So, and in each of this cycle, you need to ensure that you need to have a certain focus and a goal. Model proposal, setting up the governance structure and defining success. Once you have anything you have, then you just need to have that sources data source identified, cross-functional teams which will work. So everything has to be clear and proposed. Then comes the development part where you are building the model. And here, the model need to be created as per the non-negotiable mandate setup during the proposal stage only. Then comes the pre-implementation review, where you proactively check for issues before deployment. This is the right time to check on the data sets and any biases that comes with this. Once you have those aspects ready, then the model goes for approval, where we need to ensure that that model is as per the regulatory bodies frameworks that has been used. Then it goes to production, and during production, the goal is that deploy the approved model for a real world use. And then comes the compliances and validations, where we need to ensure that the model remains trustworthy over time. So now, integrating AI into the engineering colleges, what exactly you need to do to make it more trustworthy? Five pillars we mentioned, those need to be focused whenever you are coming up with any projects or design requirement. The life cycle model, as we suggested, six aspects, starting from the framework or the basic development model. It should be a mandated framework to be followed for an engineering system or a course, any course you design. Discussing real world case studies is another aspect which will help uh, discuss on the latest models, most trustworthy models, the models with a lot of challenges, so that students are able to understand what exactly to use, start using to ensure that there is a trustworthy model that they are creating, and promoting a trust by design mindset. So, where students are encouraged to focus on ethics and accountability from the very first beginning when they are started to be trained. So, those aspects will ensure that there is a trustworthy AI system in place. So now I'll move to any question for the trustworthy aspect. See, I understand that these are the aspects, or we are as of now focusing on something that will come up in the next 6 months. But as a blueprint, if you all start focusing on these aspects, it becomes very much easy for you when the real challenges related to the transparency or the trustworthy aspects comes up. So I'll now move forward with the ethical aspect, designing ethical AI. What frameworks are there? So here we need to understand that from science to fiction, there is a science fiction to reality. A lot has changed over the last 2, 3 years. Um, the conversations around AI ethics, those have evolved now. It is not just about theory, but in practice, the harsher aspects and the dangerous aspects that it can lead to if it's not focused, those are things that people and governments across the world have started to realize. Say, as of now, the uh, top models, whichever countries have the top models, they also have the power when it comes to the kind of narratives that can be created over any large language models. These are real level threats that are coming up. In future, whenever somebody, say a brilliant student from a AICT engineering college, designs something, uh, they should be aware of the kind of data that is coming up and how ethical it is, and able to use it in a balanced way, so that the threats that come up with any foreign based AI models, those are mitigated. At the same time, the optimal function and a very transparent narrative can be created of any product that is being created at an Indian institution. So as of now, the trust deficit, over 80% of AI proof of concepts get stalled in testing. That is moreover than not because people do not trust the results of any AI model that is coming up. So this is where um, we need to understand that till now, when you have been using, say, getting students introduced to new kind of languages, new programmings and everything, new courses were coming up. It was just a technological challenge when you just needed to update yourself. But as of now, with AI, it is a socio-technological challenge. It is not just about the kind of softwares that you're developing, but softwares that impact narratives in future. And that's where the socio-technical aspects need to be focused upon. So there are people that need to be focused, the culture of your organization and the diversity of your team, the processes, the governance standards, and the guiding principles established, and the tools, the engineering methods, frameworks, and softwares you employ. So all needs to be focused. Previously, it was just focus on the tools. The processes or the governance might be just limited to what kind of standards or industry standards or AICT norms that you need to follow. You hardly had to look at the people aspect. Fortunately, with AI, you had this universal human value aspect, but otherwise, the focus on people-centric or the organization's culture, it was not that important for anybody. But as of now, focus on people, focus on processes, the regulations that needs to be used, and then the tools. All needs to be focused on holistically, and that's how you can look at those technological challenges coming up and plan to mitigate it. Then a three-step workflow for ethical AI design is something that we can just have a look at. Establishing guiding principles where you are looking at non-negotiable ethical rules. You are looking at identifying risk proactively and implement and mitigate those particular aspects. So the first aspect of is would be establishing guiding principles. What exactly are the rules, non-negotiable ethical rules that you will follow? Where you are saying that how your organization will protect the data, where the data would be stored. What are the privacy rules of the data if the data is collected from humans? If a certain survey is done, if the survey includes minors, somebody below 18, what kind of stricter security details, stricter norms when it comes to data being stored would be used as compared to uh, says on above 18%. Do you even allow students to create a model for where data from minors need to come? So those are the aspects that you need to define, establish those guiding principles in your own institutions, and then focus on what exactly are the is the framework within which a student starts developing something. Then comes the identifying risk proactively aspect and risk mitigation. We'll take you through the point two and three in detail. So, proactively identifying risk with dichotomy mapping is something that we can focus on here. Dichotomy mapping, it's a design thinking activity to systematically surface potential harms. It works by listing features and the benefits. Once it does that, then it explicitly asks, can these particular things cause harm? A case study here can be if, say, the hotel recommendation system, somebody wants to build a hotel recommendation system. It needs to take care of lot of human related data. Intended benefit can be that a personal a user or a guest has a personalized experience. A guest who enjoys skydiving is offered a room on a higher floor because they understand that they would like the view, um, the horizon and everything. So they are the most likely to love the experience from a top floor. So you can create something which tends to this, but there are potential harms. So is this behavioral data being sold to advertisers so that from the top view, certain billboards which specifically talks more about X organization, X um, skydiving institute or services being there. So those aspects uh, are something that you need to look at. If somebody is aware that these are the um, algorithms based on the which the rooms are allocated, somebody would plan all those advertisements in the near by areas accordingly. So is the guest data secure from breaches, or are differently able users able to use this interface? It might happen that just because you love skydiving, you get a higher floor. But for a differently able person, it might be a challenge. So those are the aspects within each of the model that you create or the solutions that a student creates, where this dichotomy mapping, where you are looking at listing all the features and benefits and looking at if this may cause any kind of harm. Those aspects are looked at, discussed, and then taken up. Then the step three is about implementing and mitigating with an engineering toolkit. So here the three-pronged approach to mitigation is something where we ensure that institute has certain guardrails where concrete non-negotiable rules for AI systems are followed. Uh, which example would be our systems will not sell the customer activity data. So that is a non-negotiable that organization decides. That the next aspect comes ensuring diverse data sets. We're actively curating training data that is representative of all potential users. Here, the rationale can be if we are not using a diverse set of data, then we are actually not going to be able to accommodate all of our users. Third aspect comes where utilize open source tooling, where leveraging existing tools to audit, detect, and mitigate issues. Here, an example is IBM's AI Fairness 360 degree. It's an open source toolkit, as we mentioned previously, and that helps detect and mitigate bias in machine learning models. So, such three pronged approaches to mitigation is something that you can look at. At an industry level, also, uh, people are looking at how to operationalize AI ethics. An example would be Google's AI principles. It is an ethical framework available online, focused on social benefits implemented through educational programs. So, as a reference, you can go and study these documents whenever an AI-based deployment or a course comes up within your institute. Microsoft's responsible AI is a six principle guided system that you can refer to. IBM's trustworthy AI, that most one of the most trustworthy or most ethically sound aspects are mentioned here, where emphasis is on trust in data, models, and processes. So here, I would like to end this with stating that the future of ethical AI is something that will start with your classrooms. Not just ethical aspect, but the transparencies that it can bring and the accountabilities being set. So the next set of revolution, say large language models are becoming very common, but the use case wise solutions coming emerging from multiple institutes in India would be very promising thing that we would be looking at in future. And while that happens, it starts with some of your institutes only. So while we promote ethical AI, we also need to ensure that there is an active engagement, and that is not limited just to education or training, but also on public discourses as well. And here your role is to instill an understanding of these principles in the next generation of developers, designers, and leaders. So AI is, as of now, ending with the statement that AI is all of our responsibility. We have to make sure that AI we are creating and using is safe, secure, and built by humans with humans in mind. So those are the aspects with which you will see a lot of things being developed, and you people being the front runners when it comes to ensuring the transparency and ethical aspects being taken care of. So I'll close the session here. I will now move to one aspect that I just want to, within the time available, I would like to share. Say a lot has been shared about um, what will come and what you need to do. But as of now, if you want to just take up a journey about um, the transparency aspect. So AI transparency guide is something that you can just go to the chat GPT. There are various GPT models. You just click explore and look at a AI transparency guide. So you'll see a lot of things. Another aspect is I can't see the AI transparency guide, but yeah, the ethical advisory is also something. So the ethical AI aspect, what exactly, if you are looking at certain guidance for bringing that ethical AI aspect, so this is an ethical AI advisor that we have. So you can just say, how can I ensure my AI respects user privacy? So for students who are building something, and for those for whom these sessions are a bit heavy as of now, but would like to have a guidance in future whenever the use case comes up, they can just go start using something like ethical advisor, and it will just based on what all we have suggested, whether it is privacy laws, safety, security, transparency. It will suggest what to do. Just give a use case data that I am an student. So I am a engineering student in a ICT college who would like to build a counseling tool for students using an AI model. What are ethical AI aspects that I need to look at? So that being the problem statement. So while building, or say somebody in your institution might be looking at building something, so you can just come on an ethical advisor aspect, look at this, and they will, as a expert on the ethical AI aspect, start sharing what exactly is it, and you interact a bit more, and you can see a lot of aspects regarding the ethics coming up. There is another aspect, say AI. I'll now switch to the AI transparency guide. It was not showing there, but since it is a model that I recently used, it's available in the top five. And just clicking it, but you can just write AI transparency guide, and it will share the same. So as a faculty, you might be guide me as a faculty for a engineering college to set up an AI lab. So this would be one of the first problems that you will see coming in the um, latest, let's say, next few months or few years. So an AI lab needs to be set up. There needs to be a transparency, the AI transparency guide. What exactly is it that you're looking at? Infrastructure planning to whatever it is. You can also say that this is the budget, and these are the what are the AI transparency aspects that I need to look at. These aspects will guide everything about that particular case. So these are the aspects that you can start working on and looking at. These GPTs will help you. So with that, I'll close. Any particular questions or anything? Okay, so Kamna, over to you then.
Sure. Thank you so much, Srijit, for that session. And we also have from NASCOM, we've released a playbook for AI ethics. So I'll share those links also with the group. I'll do that. And thank you so much for taking this
Wonderful.
session. I'd like to now invite our next trainer, Neeta Khare, who is on the call. Hi, Neeta. Nice to have you
Hello.
with us.
Yeah, hi.
Neeta
Hi, good
is with
evening.
TCS and she's very nicely, very sweetly consented to take this session from her busy schedule. Neeta takes care of. Neeta, hand it over to you to take this session forward.
Sure, Kamna. Yes. Hi, everyone. Good evening. And I hope previous session was very interactive. I will also try to make the session as light as possible and so that you can grasp a lot of things and the key concepts. But before I start, I just want you to quickly type in the chat that from which college you are, and in if by any chance you have attended any of my previous sessions, okay? Because this is, I think, my fourth session, Atal session this year, and previous years as well I have been conducting. So I just want to know very quickly that if any one of you have attended my session before and from which college you are. That's it. Very short. We'll keep it for 1 minute and then I will start with our session for today. You can just type in the chat. Okay. So which college you are from, Neeraj? Okay, Ghaziabad. Okay. Okay, so good. The entire audience seems to be new, and I'm very happy and glad. So that okay, from Coimbatore. Oh, so this is all India, all over. Very good. Okay, so you can keep typing in, and with that, I'll start with my session for today. I'll just introduce myself because a lot of you may not know me here. I'm from TCS, as Kamna has mentioned. I lead the BFSI technology and transformation team. Especially, I'm focusing on the AI front. Mostly, technology and innovation are my key strengths. I have around 23 years of experience, and it is totally in technology and innovation. I have also kept my LinkedIn ID in case if you want to, connect over LinkedIn. I have been a key contributor to various NASSCOM initiatives, and as we speak as well, I am contributing to various confidential initiatives as well from NASSCOM. There are two important things that we have done. We have released the responsible AI guidelines for India, and as well as we have released the responsible AI developer playbook from NASSCOM. So these are the two key contributions which every one of you, right, including the faculty and students should know. And I will be touching upon that aspect as well. And you'll understand how important it is as I go ahead. I'm also a key technology advisor for board member for RAIT, that is DY Patil College in Mumbai. It's an engineering college. I've also cleared the independent director exam, and I'm a gold certified woman mentor. So this is just my very quick and short introduction for you all. What I intend to do today is I'll try to make the session as simple as possible so that you grasp a lot of things, and the intention is that you take back a lot of knowledge and see how to apply it, with in your own colleges, in your own departments, as well as motivate the students as well. While I'm sharing the session, I may not be able to see you guys, or if you have any questions. What I would request is if you have any questions, keep typing in the chat bot. At various intervals, I will take a pause and I will go through the questions and I will try to answer to the best of my potential. Okay. So with that, let us start this interesting session. So, first part is that how to go about thinking about AI, and I think all of you will be knowing. But I thought I'll just set the ground here so that we all are on the same page. So, the journey of AI is all of us know that it is not a journey from today or yesterday. It is a decade-old journey. So previously, many of you were are of my age who would have around 20 years of experience or so. We know that business intelligence as well as analytics was the era previously, right? So during that time we were more focusing on the descriptive analytics and the diagnostic analytics, where we were asking questions to the dashboards and scorecards that what happened and why did it happen, right? So these were the two questions which normally the dashboards and the scorecards help us to answer. And then came the era of artificial intelligence. Many people call it as traditional AI era as well. I don't like the word traditional, but that is how it is called nowadays. So here we were trying to do a lot of forecasting, recommendations, self-healing kind of work. We were trying to get the trends and predictions done, as well as go forward and detect the anomalies. So basically questions like what will happen and what should we do about it, these two questions are typically were being answered. And then came the era of generative AI, where it was all about what else can we know. Okay. So it was more about the content generation. So wherever content was supposed to be generated, generative AI was called upon or looked upon. And when I say content, it dealt with both type of content, structured as well as unstructured content. And when I say unstructured content, typically it was text, audio, video, image, as well as the other aspects, right? So this is the world of generative AI era, and today the world is of moving towards agentic AI. Now, if you want to easily understand agentic AI, you all of you must have watched James Bond, right? 007. So 007 is nothing but our agent. And if you keep 007 James Bond in front of you, you will definitely understand the world of agentic AI. So basically, it is like the our James Bond is goal driven. That means some task was assigned to him, that say go and save the earth, right? Go and save the planet. And he was more context aware. He would know the context, what is going on, who are my enemies, and what I need to do, which kind of arms and ammunitions do I have with me. All that information was aware, he was context aware. And then no one was there to, always go and push him to do work. He is himself going and doing lot of things on his own. So basically, it's more about proactive engagement. It is autonomous. Again, it is automatically done. It is nothing to do with, some kind of push which is required always. He is action oriented. He takes actions on his own. But at the same time, there is human in loop, because lot of times if there are key decisions that needs to be taken, or if he needs approval, he is definitely going to be, and he is definitely keeping human in loop. Okay, so that is how the agentic AI era is, that lot of things can happen on their own, but there is always a persona who is in loop. Okay, and that is what we also recommend to our customers. And of course, James Bond is adaptable. Like if today's situation changes, he will be able to adapt to himself. So this is the era of agentic AI, and that is where we are as of today. So I hope we are all on the same page here. Now, I'll just go, to introduce you this aspect as well, and then get to our topic of responsible AI, because this is important so that we know that where are we heading towards, right? And where are we today? So basically, today we are at the world, at the era of artificial narrow intelligence. That means we see chatbots, we see virtual assistants, recommendation models, all, in front of us and widely being used, right? So these are all practical scenarios and they are everywhere seen. There are no much risk because everything is trained and human in loop is always there. So this is the world of artificial narrow intelligence. And then we move towards the journey of artificial general intelligence. Now that is where we look at the Tesla bot, which is being attempted currently. It's under research. Okay, a lot of these technologies are more about, having an ethical and moral aspect to it, to the base. That means we need to know that whether the use cases that we are applying to are ethical or moral in nature. Okay, so artificial general intelligence is all about understanding, learning, and applying intelligence across wide range of tasks like human capabilities. And if you see, Gen AI, that is generative AI, is at the cusp of artificial general intelligence. Okay, and then if you see, our car is moving more, in future we are also going to see a lot of superhumans. That is where we are trying, it's a deadly and scary situation as well. It may even risk our existence as well, right? It's very futuristic and speculative. Like a lot of people ask me that are robots going to take over the humans and all, right? So, but that time is little far off, and I don't think that we should be looking at this aspect as of now. We want to more see towards the ethical and moral usage of AI, and that is why it is very important to know this topic: responsible AI, ethical AI, explainable AI in our day-to-day life, and include it as part of our DNA. Otherwise, we are not knowing that where the human race is going to head towards. So that is why it is very critical to all of us, to know and right from the student level, sow the seeds of the responsible AI, so that the students are knowing that what kind of use cases they are going to build, and what they what future is in their hands. Okay, so what are they responsible for? So that is the reason this topic becomes extremely important. Now, having said that, there are a lot of challenges in this journey as well. Uh, IP infringement, plagiarism is of course a bigger challenge. Misinformation, privacy, security are again the challenges. We have seen all this in your previous session, so I'm not going to elaborate on this. I want to spend more time on showing you demos and showing you the aspects which are not covered in previous sessions as well. And then bias and discrimination, where the model is not trained properly, or it is trained on a selected data set. That is where the challenge of bias still remains. Responsible and ethical usage is again a big challenge we need to address. Everyone is bothered about the job displacement, or whether my job will go in this entire journey. So there is nothing to be scared of. We feel that jobs will be displaced. That means it will be replaced by something interesting and more advanced. Okay, so your day-to-day work will be taken over by AI, but there will always be human in loop, which cannot be replaced, and your work will become more interesting and more challenging and demanding as we go ahead. So it is like a journey from typewriter to computers, the era that we were in. So typewriters are no longer there, but it doesn't mean that operator jobs are not there, right? They still exist, but in a different form altogether. And then now with the agentic AI world coming in, agent scalability for complex application, it remains a challenge. So that means everyone is today headed towards creating agents. But a lot of organizations are trying to create agent farm. That means have lot of agents, private agents, public agents, as well as leverage the outside third party agents as well. But how to stitch all of them together, how to go about scaling it, still remains a big question mark as we go ahead, right? So with that, what I'll do is I'll show you one example of a solution. Now, there is nothing to do with responsible AI here, but this is the start of AI. Okay, so I just want to show you one AI solution, how the journey started. Okay, so this is a solution of HRIT operations, and it's a very simple use case that feedbacks are coming from different channels. What we are trying to do here is that not to handle them in a manual way, but to have a AI system leverage this feedback and see what kind of insights can be delivered. So this is the first dashboard which will tell us the entire performance of the entire organization across different countries and groups. And then what we also have is the variety of dashboards. So you have a world map where you say that, okay, the size of the bubble says from which the feedbacks have been received, and the size of bubble says how many feedbacks we have received from that region, and whether they are positive, neutral, or they are, high risk kind of scenarios. And then what we also have is the department wise, the map, which tells us not only the trend of the feedbacks received, but it also shows us that what was expected from that department, what was the target rating, and what we have achieved. So now if you see till here, you'll say, okay, what is AI here? Nothing, this is simple analytics. But behind the scene to do this, what we have done is we have created lot of AI models. Okay. So there are three models which are running behind. First model is getting this color, which is the sentiment, whether it is positive, negative, or neutral. The second model is computing the score. And the third model is categorizing it and putting it into the right bucket of the KPI which the or KRA which the organization is measuring. Okay. Now, if you see, there is no PII data here. Okay. The intention to show you this demo is that this is AI solution, but you do not at all see the PII data. Okay. So that is how ethically the solution has been built. You will not be able to trace which person has given which feedback. Okay. At least for this analysis purposes. Okay. So only the relevant data which is required for doing advanced analytics is pulled out, and you can see there are 60 dashboards that have been built as part of the journey, but there is nothing which is non-ethical, and the data which is not to be seen is visible. Okay. And if you see, this is the executive level dashboard, where it tells you for this particular payroll services department, these are the KRAs which they are measuring, and how each of the model, what we have written in the previous slide, shows the contribution to that particular KRA. Okay. On the left, you see that 30% of the feedbacks the AI model was not able to classify. So what we did is we applied unsupervised techniques. Okay. We used the Gen AI piece here. We used the LLM models here to get this 30% also into this zone. And the solution when we delivered, it was actually 5% here now. So that is the power of having analytics, AI, Gen AI all stitched together into a single solution, and that or two handling it responsibly. Okay. And then I'll just show you other glimpses of, the charts which were there. At the same time, these are the KPIs which we looked at. We also understood that what are the areas of improvement and what are the things that needs to be resolved. We also created chatbot here. So all the questions which the normal dashboards were not able to answer, that were being answered by the standard, the chatbot. And then when the department wise summary was to be submitted, that activity was the job of generative AI model. Okay. So you at least now understand that how AI, Gen AI, agentic AI, as well as, not only agentic AI was not that much used, as part of this, except the chatbot piece that we implemented as part of this solution. But it was more to show you that how a AI solution is stitched, keeping in mind the responsible AI aspects and the ethical aspects. Okay. So this is the first demo which I wanted to show you. And then I'll go to the second part, but I'll just quickly check if there are any questions which I need to take up. Okay, so I don't think there are any questions till now. Okay, you can feel free to post questions as we go ahead, right? Okay, so let's start now with what is responsible AI. Responsible AI is a set of principles that guides the approach, design, development and deployment and use of AI in accordance with the organizational and regulatory mandate. And this is what we have seen as part of our demo. Correct? So I hope with the demo, this definition will be crystal clear to you that what is responsible AI and what does it mean. Okay. As we saw that there are different acts which are released by different geographies. So this is the EU Act. I'll just explain it very, easily, so that you will be able to grasp, when the geographies are trying to, or the continents are trying to define the acts, what all things they look at it. Okay. Now, if you take the simple EU Act, it is my favorite one. What they have done is they have taken the risk-based approach. Okay. So that means any use case you take, they are going to define it or categorize it into this four. Okay. So the first one is that it's a minimum risk. Okay. So if you say there is a minimum risk, that means there is application needs transparency. Okay. That means there is some kind of risk, but if you want to have a chatbot, give it an explainability part. Okay. If you give the explainability part, then this use case is, you are able to go ahead and deliver this use case. Okay. And the before that, there is a first step, which is the foundation model. Now here, it depends on what the model you are using. Depend on the model, if it is allowed, it will be taken ahead as a foundation model, and you will be able to create your solution using the foundation model. So if your foundation model is legally approved, you are in this region, you can very easily go and implement your use case. The second step is that the use case is having minimum risk. So you give the transparency, and then you're good to go and implement the use case. Okay. Third area is the high risk. That means you need to, this is heavily regulated application. You need legal approval. You may need approval for the government itself, so that you want to go ahead and implement this use case. For example, if you are creating anything for education department, or if you are trying to create some use case on using medical devices, correct? So, or public services, of course, you need government approval to go ahead and implement. And these are all high risk kind of scenarios. Okay. And the fourth category is unacceptable risk. So such use cases you just can't go ahead and implement. They are totally prohibited. So for example, in Europe, you cannot do anything with my face. Okay, like for example, you can see me over the video, right? If you want to use AI behind the scene and analyze what kind of session I have delivered, whether I have happily delivered, or whether I am, very bored and I am delivering the session, or whether I am passionate about delivering the session. So these all techniques you cannot do if you are in Europe. Okay, in India still we can look at the face and have AI behind the scene and go ahead and create the application. But in Europe we actually cannot go ahead and do this. It's an unacceptable risk, and the application is prohibited. Okay, so that this is how the EU is looking at it. Now let me show you a demo of this as well. Okay, I like this demo, but cannot be implemented in Europe. It can be implemented in India to in an organization to some extent. If you take the legal approval, you may say that your video is going to be recorded for training and quality purposes. You can put disclaimers and still go ahead with this video analysis in India, but you cannot do it. Absolutely not, cannot be done in Europe. Okay. So now this was one of the solution that we built. Here there is a photograph of a staff member that we have taken. Okay. So with this, I'm just going to use a single one-shot image kind of training. So the image can be an application, or it can be over video, or anywhere. The first image that you capture, this encoding has been created of the person's picture, and then the student or the staff logs in to the system. Okay, and there is self authorization which is done. Now, if you see the person, the employee has come and is attending a course. Okay, very easy that you come and you can go ahead and take a exam, or you can attend a course. Assessment can be started. This can be AI driven. Okay, so the student goes and he just goes and clears the exam, or just appears for the exam. Okay. Same thing, the person will go and start with the WBT. Feedback can be captured. So the WBT is started. It looks so seamless, right? I'll show you what is happening behind the scene. Okay, very simple application. Exam certification is done, WBT is done, feedback is collected. And then this is a system where it's just my face, but you're not allowed to authenticate because the face does not matches, right, in my directory. Now you can go to the admin portal and you can see the dashboard as well. It's an AI powered dashboard. It will tell you the engagement score. It will give you the competency level of the associate. This entire analysis is AI driven. Okay. Now, if you see the self assessment sentiment analytics, this is where the problem is. Okay. If you see the left side, this is a bigger problem. What the solution has done is, at regular intervals, the picture of the trainer, okay, or the attendee was taken. See here. Okay, and the entire analysis was done. So the person was not over the screen as well. Okay, so they had just started the course and she was away from the screen. But this is a very good use case. If you say, yeah, very nice, but cannot be implemented in Europe. And these are all the AI analytics that you can get out of it. You can also get the what type of person is the person is. He's a fast learner. Okay, but in spite of having all this piece of sentiment analysis cannot be done in Europe. Okay, so this is how, even if the solution is approved, it's a highly prohibited use case. Now let's see further. So when we now talk about responsible AI, what are the guardrails that we need to look at, right? So I think in the previous session, Srijit spoke about the 5 guardrails. But here what we did is, no, for our convenience, we have created or coined one term, which is trust, and then be relieved. Okay, that means have relief. So it's very easy to understand trust, relief. Okay, and these are all the comprehensive guardrails that we need to include as part of our projects, or as part of our solution, or as part of our knowledge and training to our students. Okay, so the first aspect is transparency and accountability. The R part is regulatory and industry practices. U is the use case has to be categorized properly, okay, the way we have seen in Europe. Social responsibility. Then T is tools, technology, and application security. Okay, so you don't have to by heart this. I'm going to take in you in detail. Okay, I'll just show you the detailed version of this as well as we go along. So this is just a glimpse of trust and relief. The relief part is having reliability and safety, education and training, legacy and privacy, inclusion, explainability, and fairness. Okay, most of these aspects or all of these aspects you must have already seen in the previous sessions also. But to remember it, it is very easy if you remember trust and keep relief. Okay. Now, why should we care? We should care because there are business risk and the business value it is creating. Now, it's not always that there are problems. There is business value as well, right? So let me show you both the aspects. Okay, so let's first look at the business risk. So first of all, ethical, usage is actually a big business risk. Legally, it is not approved, correct? If the use case does not comply to your framework. Monetary, there is huge impact because in if any of your use case is failing to be ethically right, or if it is not following responsible AI guidelines, then there is huge penalty that the government is putting or on the organizations, which is actually unbearable. Okay, it's a huge penalty in terms of millions of dollars. It's a PR disaster because you see nowadays, even some companies, I don't want to name the company, Big Four or any other company name you must have seen in the news, that they generated a AI report, and it was just an AI report, and there was no human in loop who had looked at it. So it's a PR branding disaster, right, which is happening. We don't want to get into such scenarios. And there is mistrust, right? Because everyone knows, oh, the report is AI generated, so they don't trust that particular organization or the particular project team. And finally, it is hampering your overall customer experiences. So these are the risks if you do not follow the responsible AI guidelines or the framework. And what value it creates is, you can align it completely to your business value, correct? You will get business confidence if you do it, because if you tell the customer, I have implemented this 5 responsible AI guidelines and framework, they will get a lot of confidence. And you can also show what kind of guardrails or have been implemented. Customer also, you can gain confidence by doing that. Loyalty, employee loyalty, because you will know that the use cases that you are building are ethically right, and they are good for the human community, right? So at least you feel good that what kind of use cases you are creating for the society and for the industry. And it leads to investor appeal. You will get a lot of investors if your use cases is responsibly right. Of course, it will also be ESG aligned if you are following the responsible AI framework. So finally, the trust as a differentiator is the key here. And when you say trust, trust of whom? Employee, customer, community, and government. So all these key stakeholders are there who are involved when you're looking at the responsible AI framework. Now let me show you two demos. Okay. Now in one demo, I'll show you business risk. Okay. And in another demo, I will show you business value, what you can bring out from responsible AI. So first, I'll show you the business risk one. Okay. Now, if you see, this is a very simple demo. I'll just stop the voice. Yeah. On the top, what you see, it's a chat bot. You're asking question that how many workers are employed in Saudi Arabia. Okay. Some weird question which I'm trying to put to get the PI data. And if you see without guardrails, the bot is giving me answer 100 workers are employed. Correct. But if you see here at the below, same question if you ask with guardrails now, it will not give you. Okay, it will tell you that, okay, I'm very sorry, I cannot answer this question because this is not, ethically right, or I'm not supposed to answer that question. Okay, so say this is the second question. Okay, so here you're asking about, say, credit card number or something, or mobile number, and the first system which is not masked the PII data, or it has not followed the responsible AI framework, it will give you the answer. But the second one will say, which is applied, that I cannot give you because it is, a part of the content safety environment. Correct. So that is how the guardrails are implemented and not implemented. You can see the difference in one go. And this demo, what I'm currently showing you is all the queries. You need some, method to govern it. Okay. So what I am saying here is list all the queries that are blocked. So, if the query is blocked, it is blocked because of the responsible AI reason. And these are all the queries which are blocked. Okay, and you can see why. What type of questions people have asking, who has tried to jailbreak, when, who, which is the user, and so on and so forth. So you not only get implement it, but you also monitor it on the ongoing basis. So this is a part of AI governance where you actually go and monitor all of this information. Okay. And then you also ask, what type of sensitive information was asked, okay, in the queries. So you will get that kind of answer as well, summarized answer, that people were asking about CVV number, mobile number, credit card number, address, etc., etc., etc. So this is one example of business risk, okay, and how it has to be implemented in a proper way. Okay, and now let me show you one same example of a solution, but how you can use the same information in a very good way. Okay, now as a organization, you're having CRM info, correct? So you have customer info, you have his birthday, you have his investments, you have what kind of dealings you're doing with him, correct? You all have as part of the CRM system. Now what we are doing is we want to create a cross sell application. Now, cross sell application is going to use this PII information. It is going to use all the sensitive information, but it is not going to release that information. Instead, it will help the AI model to suggest and generate content on what kind of cross sell, upsell opportunities you can give to that particular customer. Okay, now this is an example of a business value that you're bringing onto the table with responsible AI guardrails in place. So you are not actually going ahead and displaying this information. You're creating the content. Okay, like for example, I created this mail personalized for that customer, saying that these are the two products you can look at based on your profile, okay, based on your goals, based on your needs. So this is a classic example of how responsible AI can value add your existing application. Okay, so always there is not problems, there are better ways, or there are good ways in which we can bring out the business value out of the responsible AI framework. I'll take a pause here and see if again there are any questions or any feedback. Okay. I hope the session is interesting and you're trying to understand what I want to convey. Now let us look at the trust and relief in little more, depth. So we saw trust and relief. What we have done is each of this we have taken three use cases and we are trying to put here. Okay, now this is in depth. You can take a screenshot of this if you want. So basically, I'll just give you 2-3 examples. See, for example, use case we saw. The first one was categorization of use case into prohibited usage, high, average, low risk. Second was whether implementing appropriate risk management processes were there. So whether you have implemented the use cases with risk management processes. Now these are specific to project and organization. And third is whether you have selected the right use case. Correct? So these are the three things that you should be looking at when you're looking at the use case categorization pillar of responsible AI. Similarly, when you're looking at the fairness aspect of it, you may want to look at it to remove algorithmic bias. You may want to monitor the bias and you may want to strive to remove if there are any biases in the system. Or ensure balanced label representation in training data. That means you need to look at your training data and review it and see whether there is a balance there with respect to the label representations, so that whatever data you're feeding in is actually fair data, correct? And catch the bias within the test framework. So you should be having all the test cases written in your testing module so that you catch the biases early on. So this is how in depth each of this responsible AI aspects we go and we write it. Now these are again general ones. When we go to a customer or when you sit and do your project, you will actually tailor it to your project. So you may ask students to create this lines as per their project requirements. Okay, so they will write clearly what labels. So for example, if they are doing any student employee related project, or if they are doing any supply chain related project, then all these statements will be tweaked to the project that they are doing. So if you ensure that they are following the responsible AI guidelines, and if you are reviewing the guidelines before even the project or assignments get start, the students will be confident to implement responsible AI, right, in their respective projects, and they will learn it right from scratch. Okay, and our rule is that the project gets 0 if I go and review it for hackathon or innovation day, or if I go and review a project or do an internship with the student, if this framework is not implemented, I do not consider the project to be done. Okay, that is how I review it. Okay, even if in hackathon the student has done well, but there is no responsible AI slide, or they have not thought about it or implemented it, zero, straight zero. Because if your base is not there, if your foundation is not there, the use case has no meaning. Correct? So this is how we look at the framework in detail. And then you may ask question that how to go about implementing it. Okay, very nicely, Nita, you have defined it. Now show us how to go and implement it also. So I'll just show you again 2, 3 examples here. Say we go with our same use case. Okay, example, we have categorized the use case. Now what we do is we divide it into 3 buckets. So for example, I'm using say technology as Microsoft. So I will go and check what Microsoft is giving to me out of the box for responsible AI for that particular category. Okay. If I am using any third party tool, or if I am in the geography of say India, I definitely have India NASCOM guidelines which I can refer to. Correct? Or if there is any, if I am doing this project for European customer, I'll go and check the European guidelines. I'll go and check either there is some say other compliance act also, in addition to the normal guidelines which has been released. And then your particular organization or university or college, what they are following, what is their responsible AI guidelines. Like as faculty, what have you thought that if you want to project, if you want to do a project, what are the 5 things that you are going to see as part of responsible AI guidelines? So you should have your own guidelines as a faculty defined here. And that is how we'll look at it comprehensive. We'll look at customer or university or college. We will look at the product vendor, what we are implementing. It could be open source, it could be AWS, it could be Google, or it could be hybrid as well. Okay, depending on the use case. And the third party one, which geography you belong to, or whether you're using NVIDIA behind the scene, or some other third party is there. So this is how you comprehensively define it and execute it in your projects. Okay. So for example, if you want to explainability part you want to do, NVIDIA gives you NEMO, you have the format guardrail which can be implemented. The example which I showed you was using the Microsoft example where we had this content moderation, Azure content moderation as an example, what you saw in my previous demo. So that is how we go and implement the guardrails. Okay. I hope with this you'll understand how to go about implementing the guardrail. Now let me show you one impactful AI agent that we created, and this is done by the students. So I'm just trying to show you this demo because I want to show you what is the level of interns today. Okay, so this entire demo has been created by interns, and the reason is they are 5 steps or 10 steps ahead than us. Okay, and that is the reason our knowledge has to be 20 steps ahead from them. Okay, now this is a simple example of a policy agent. Don't go with the look and feel and UI, okay, but look at the thought process that they have put in while creating this demo. It's a chatbot where you're asking about policy. So on the left you see the actual working of agent in action. So here the user is saying that I want to buy a policy, life insurance policy, suggest me the different options. Now there can be tabular view, there can be very hyperlinks which can be there, there can be summarizations, details which are coming in. Okay, all that is possible, and we have seen that in many examples. Here what I'm trying to show you is that how a agent works in a normal scenario. Okay, so here he is saying that okay, I earn good money, so I can afford higher premiums, so please suggest me what is your recommendation. Okay, so he's also going for ULIP kind of plan, and in this scenario the user goes and selects that I want to go ahead and buy a particular policy. Okay, as next step the agent will say that this user will say that please mail me the details of how to go about registering for this policy or buying this policy. Now there will be a email agent which will run behind the scene, and the email will go to the user, okay, to the customer. In this scenario he's saying I want to go with it, and the email will, now you will see the email going back to the customer. In the email, there will be detailed steps on how to go about the policy, buying the particular policy. Okay. Now let's see here. So here he is asking for email details. It can be the user is a new one, and that's why he's asking for a email user. If it's your own existing customer, it will take the information from CRM. Now you see the hyperlinks coming in. The user will go and customer will go and fill the document. Now see the fun. While he is trying to upload the Aadhaar, there is a problem. Okay, no need of any service, customer service agent or anyone here. Here directly the user comes back to his agent and asks that, okay, the page you are trying to say there is a problem and I'm getting a issue. The first level support will come directly from the bot, from the agent. Here he will tell him that, okay, these are the 5 steps you can go about trying it. Okay, and even after doing it, the issue is not resolved. Okay, since the issue is not resolved, the agent will tell, don't worry about it. I will regenerate the link for you and I will send you the details. So the email has been resent with a new link, okay, to the customer. And this all is happening through the agent. And this is all how the students are thinking about. Okay. So think about it, the students are at which level here. Okay, so now they have gone and the page has come and now the person is able to upload the Aadhaar and his transaction is done. Okay, and in the second step what we have done is, here the use case was more about renewing a particular policy. So after renewing, we have tried to integrate here with the payment gateway. So that means again the payment gateway can come in directly here. You don't have to go to any other place to go and renew your policy. Okay, so this is one of the demo. In 4 weeks time frame, the student has thought about the entire solutioning of it, the entire, the responsible AI part of it, what has to be implemented, how much PII data has to be shown, not shown, and then creating of this agent entirely. Okay, so this is where the students are today. In 4 weeks, they are creating wonders. Now let me go to the fifth section. Now, when you want to implement responsible AI, there are 5 things that you need to know. Okay. First is that whether there is a organizational commitment. Okay. So of course, when I say organization, it always does not mean the customer organization. It also means your university or college or department commitment. Correct. So that means you should be having the executive sponsorship. You should be, all your functional teams should be in place. Like for example, in college, all your departments, AI department, IT department, even if you are having mechanical department, IoT department, all of them have to agree that they want to implement responsible AI. Correct, because lot of your projects are going to be interdepartmental. So in that scenario, there the buy-in of all the departments is absolutely essential, right? Then how do you link it to the KPIs? What kind of incentives or brownie points that you give? Are you having the governance leads, or whether your framework and guardrails is in place? Okay, so this is the important aspect of it. The second is compliance, whether you have a review board. So while you're doing hackathons, while you're reviewing your projects, whether you are having RAI boards. Okay, in customer, we say about having a customer RAI board in the organization, which comprises of partners as well as customer organization teams. And then whether there are compliance check teams. This could be students as well, huh, by the way. So it's not always necessary that you need to have full-fledged teams. It could be your students also. And then if there is a problem with respect to RAI implementation, then how do you handle it? How do you handle the grievance? If some project has not followed the guidelines, what do you do in that scenario? Okay, whether models you are reviewing it at the model level, are you reaching the compliance also? Third is the tools and technology infrastructure. That means all these tools are you using appropriately, which we saw behind, correct? And it's not necessary you have to use 100%. Whatever is relevant for your project and whatever is relevant for your university, that is what you should be looking at. And which tools are you finalizing it? Okay, so that clarity should be there with the faculty and the students. And then whether you are adopting the culture, so that means whether you are having training programs, one like we are having today, and it could be your college level program. So I get invited in lot of colleges to deliver the sessions on how to go about implementing responsible AI, how to implement agentic AI, and so on and so forth. And then to the students as well, now so not only the faculties but also at the student level. And then whether internally you are having the teams who are taking this and things RAI part ahead, And then also if you're having partner sessions, like say Microsoft coming and giving you a session, or IBM coming and delivering a session, correct? So are you, into that culture building? And the last part is that whether as part of your entire project life cycle, are you implementing the various responsible AI components at each level, each SDLC phase. Okay, I'll just show you that. So I'll take example of each of them very quickly. So the first one was enterprise office. So from each, I have taken one piece so that you understand. So what we have done is, for first, what we say is organizational commitment. You can have an enterprise AI office. Okay, at university level, you may not have this level, but at least you will have the strategy level. You will have the governance and insight teams. You will have the technology and innovation teams who could be students as well. And then you will have the development team. That means your project teams, the student teams. Correct. So this is how you go about defining a architecture for enterprise AI office, the structure of AI office. You may not require till this level, but you should be aware that each organization is having this. So that when your student reaches to any organization for interview, or if they are doing any internship with the organization, they should be knowing what is AI office. Otherwise, they will be totally blank on what is AI office. And then, as a responsible AI approver, what are the 9 things that you should be doing? Okay, so he should be responsible for looking at the ethical oversight. Now, it's not his job to do everything. Okay, he has to get it done. He has to put the structure and he has to ensure it is being done. Correct. So, for example, if he's reviewing and approving, it's not that he is the one who is going to review all the projects and everything is on his head. There will be teams who are going to review the hackathon and the projects, right? College projects, the faculties. But he will look at all the reports and ensure that it has been followed as a process. Correct? So you need to have responsible AI approver in your departments as well. It could be student, it could be mix of faculty and student as well, or it could be a one person or a senior faculty as well. So it depends on how you want to define this role in your particular university. Okay. And then this is the life cycle integration, as I said. Now, all the guardrails are not supposed to be implemented everywhere. Okay. Now, it doesn't mean that transparency and accountability, if I implement at requirement stage, other stages is not going to be done. It's not that. It means that at least at this place, it has to be done. It has to be thought over and it has to be done. Okay. Other places, by default, it will be done and it will be reviewed and approved. Correct. So for example, if you're doing say fairness, okay, it has to be thought at requirement level and design level, but it has to be implemented at the development, testing and the deployment level. Okay. So I hope this is very clear. It doesn't mean that at other places it is not there. Okay, but it is very much crucial at this tick marks where it has been put. Okay, so look at it in that manner. And then this is culture building. Okay, so in organization we do this way. For you it will be your product, your departments, your faculties, your different teams, and then each role that you want to put in. So basically in an organization, each and every person is trained on responsible AI, and that is how we build the culture in our organizations. So this is the example of tools and technology, fairness and bias. Now, when we say bias, there are so many types of, bias: data bias, algorithmic bias, human bias, systemic bias, deployment and usage bias. I think you will be more in a better position to know about this because this is more theoretical, kind of subject. How to go about detecting bias? So there are multiple techniques. So you can use data analysis, you can use fairness metrics, you can use model evaluation techniques, explainability techniques. Tools are there like IBM Fairness we saw, Microsoft Fair Learn we saw. So all this, in the previous session also we have covered. And then continuous monitoring is important. So the idea is to show you that, fairness as and bias is one of the example of tools and technology infrastructure that, can be used, and how to go about fixing it. Okay. So when you're in the pre-processing phase, what all things you can do. If you are in processing phase, what you can do. And when you are at the post processing, like after the project is done, what do you do? So basically what I want you to do is again take a screenshot of this, and maybe at depth and leisure, when you are implementing project, you may want to refer this slide. Okay, at now it may not be that much, important, you will feel, or you may forget, so many aspects. But this is like a quick reference slide that, okay, if I'm implementing bias in your project, what have you implemented, how have you done, and how have you fixed the bias. Okay, then you can ask questions like, what have you done in your pre-processing phase of your project, or what are you doing while processing, while writing the algorithm, and so on and so forth. So this is a quick handy slide when you're evaluating projects, or when you're trying to, get into the depth of projects. This is another example of governance. I'll just want to skip this, but I just flash that keep it as part of your overall life cycle governance inclusion. Okay. And the other part, what I want to highlight on this slide is keep human in loop. So everything responsible AI and all cannot happen automatically. Okay. It is not just tool which is doing, there has to be human who is going to oversee, and he is going to look at all the aspects, and then only he is going to be able to implement the project. Okay. Now, this is the last section which I have. This is more about India's responsible policy and guidelines. So these are the two documents that you should be looking at. One is the responsible AI guidelines for generative AI. Okay. So if you just go into Google and figure out, and maybe Kamna will also forward you the link. And India was the first one to release the responsible AI guidelines. Okay, NASCOM especially. So this is I'm also a contributor to this document, to these guidelines. And then uh, in this guidelines there are a lot of things that are covered. Okay, so I want you and your students to go through this in detail. Okay, it covers all the potential harms, it covers the obligations as well. And this guidelines has been written for three stakeholders. So if you're a researcher, if you're a developer, or if you're an end user of AI. Okay, so all the three stakeholders, what all they need to look at it, how they need to refer to the guidelines, what are the recommendations, what are the harms, what are the obligations, they will be able to understand by reading this document. So at least the students should know this, because when they go to again organizations for interview, or when they go for the internship, these guidelines is one that they need to be knowing about. Okay. And this is the second guideline. Again, every student, while he is building the project, should refer to this developer playbook. Very well written, and I'll show you how it. I'll created this slide. Okay, and this slide took 2 weeks for us to create. Okay, of course, again I was a key contributor to that guideline as well. But creating this slide took me 2 weeks, and you'll understand why. Because the entire 40-50 pages of that playbook has been created and put in one slide. Okay, so for example, if your project is in the conception stage, there are two risks that you need to look at: model not being fit for purpose, and unaccountable development and use of the model. And then how do you mitigate the risk? Okay, so you need to look at use case, you need to look at geography, you need to look at the data set and the performance. Now if you want to go beyond this, you have to go and refer to the playbook. Okay, but at least you know from this that this is the risk and this is the mitigation that needs to be done. Okay, now this is the second stage, where you're into the process of collection, processing, and usage of data. And if you see, there are again four risks which are elaborated. Okay, and again, how to go about mitigating them, these are the pointers which are been given in the playbook. Okay, so suppose if you want to look at the risk of, say, generation of biased, dangerous, or illegal output, you need to focus on the data governance framework. You need to look at data quality. You need to look at the forbidden data. That means which data is not allowed to enter because it is dangerous or illegal. Correct? So if you want to look and read the details of it, you need to go to the playbook. But at least this gives you one short view of the risk and how you need to, what are the important parameters that you need to look for mitigation. This is the third stage, designing, development, and testing. And in this, again, if you see, there are six risks which have been elaborated with again the mitigation plans. So I hope I am able to convey you this slide, but it will require you to read each of this area so that you understand it more comprehensively. Okay. And this is the last one, which is the deployment phase, monitoring, and the maintenance phase. And if you see, there are two risks here. So I'll again cover one of them. For example, if your unintended or malicious use of third party models, if you're using, okay, which is leading to adverse impact. This is the risk. What you need to look at it is you need to look at the license terms. So when you are using third party model, you should be looking at the license terms. You should be looking at all the notifications that are coming in. You should look at the model card. That means your model, metadata, framework of the model. And you should also have a disaster recovery in place. Suppose if the model behaves adversely, then what will you do? Okay, you need to have your disaster recovery in shape, in place, and you have to act it immediately. So this is how you mitigate the risk. Okay, so this is very important slide. Again, you can take a screenshot of it, but with this you need to look at this playbook in detail. Okay, then only this slide will be of meaning to you, and you will be able to appreciate this slide only when you look at the playbook, developer playbook, which has been written. So the last section, what you need to do as colleges. Okay, first of all, in your college DNA, you need to include the responsible AI piece of it, ethical, explainable AI. All these are the core components that you need to include as part of your university or college DNA. Second is you need to infuse as part of the student DNA. Okay, that means all the students have to be aware. They should be knowing what needs to be done, what is responsible AI, what are the tools, and so on and so forth. They should have knowledge. Third is all your projects should have the piece as I have already stated. Correct. If you are starting, if your college is also promoting startups, okay, if your students want to go ahead and proceed with startups, then again this becomes the core piece. And today startups are lacking this. Okay, to be honest with you, the reason is that startups think that they have full freedom. There is no legal team. Like for example, if TCS has to implement, we face a lot of legal challenges. Correct, because we are having a legal department. They'll say, oh, not to implement this use case. Or every project, every model will go through a stringent review. But that may not be the case with startups, right? They have full freedom. Okay, so that is where when your students are going to go ahead and look at startups, they should be very clear with all these frameworks so that they do not mess up with humanity as you go along. Correct? Fifth is RAI assessment should be mandated in all competitive programs, including hackathons. And the sixth part is you have to audit your solutions for responsible AI. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Okay, and this is the part, this is how we do. Okay, again, you can mature it in your in your university. That responsible AI maturity is also there. Okay, that we look at it. First is that if you are starting, it will be emerging, and then the highest part is empowering. So somewhere between, universities should be at least at ensuring level. That is what I feel, at 3 level. That means they should be able to ensure that the tools are integrated and solutions. You should have tools and solutions which are responsible AI powered. At least till this stage you should be there. Okay, I don't think you will be at 4 or 5. Enforcing is like all your projects would, you will review it and enforce it is there. Of course, that is part of your evaluation, but at least till 3 you should be there. Okay, otherwise it doesn't serve the purpose at all. And this is our final thought, that you finally have to recode your DNA. Okay, if your DNA is not recoded, it is not possible to adopt or imbibe responsible AI framework or guidelines in your DNA. So that's all I have for today, and I'll just take a pause and see if you have any questions or any feedback or any suggestions as well are welcome here. By the way, this session we have done in 3-4 colleges as well, okay, in Mumbai, and actually it was very, in fact, the colleges have adopted to this, learning, and they have started looking at the playbooks, and even in their hackathons and events, they have started including responsible AI auditing. So with this, I'll stop and I'll see if you have any questions or any feedback for me. You will get the document, you'll get the link. Kamna will forward it. Okay, she'll post it to all of you. Thank you. I just tried to keep it very simple so that you can imbibe all the learnings and take it ahead, because content wise, so you will get lot of knowledge, but how to go about actually doing it on the ground is what I try to focus in a very simple way today. Kamna, over to you if there are no questions. Okay, Neeraj, for your college, how you can implement in your college is, first of all, you need to sit back and figure out the strategy for responsible AI. If you're not able to do it on your own, you can invite some industry expert. Okay, and anyone can come. You can request NASCOM, or you can request, any of your college TPOs, or they, whoever or whichever organization they are connected with, and you can invite the industry experts and have one brainstorming session or workshop on RAI, and then based on that discussion you can proceed with starting of RAI in your university. Okay. Kamna, over to you. Kamna, you're on mute, huh? If you're speaking anything. You can, Neeraj, connect with me over LinkedIn. My name is very simple, and you can easily find me over LinkedIn. You can message me there. I'm very quick in responding. Kamna, are you there? Or are you facing any challenge in unmuting? Any more questions you have, or any, do you want to share any feedback, or any doubts you have in your mind? We can talk. By the time Kamna comes on board, we can talk. Yeah, Kamna. You're here.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay, so I think you're finished with the session. Sorry, I was just
Yes.
on another call.
No worries.
Okay. So any questions? Anyone has any questions?
We did address couple of questions.
Okay. Okay. Right. Right. So I think if the session is over, then let's call it a day then. And thank you, Neeta, for taking this session. And thank you to all the faculty members for attending. And we have three sessions now tomorrow at 2 o'clock. So I'll just request everyone to join in at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Okay, then thank you so much. Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you. Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Bye. Take care. Good
Bye.
night.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.